Okay, let's see here. All right, we're there. I'm going to flip this video over in a second. Go to live chat. Switch this here. Let's see how we have it centered. Probably needs to be a little bit more like that. Maybe even a little more. Okay. So we're working on these check 38s. And let's put this up here. And really kind of surprised at how little documentation there are for different units, how they're painted, except for the 7th Panzer. Like there's just like a complete lack of documentation on different units. Complete lack of documentation on different units. So I'm going to pull up what I saved here yesterday. Come on. Double click. Okay, is it this one? Yeah, so I'm going to go with 2 digits in yellow for the 20th Panzer Division on these. And actually, these are the ones I set off the side. I had to move my things because this is kind of precarious. Now, I did do something cool yesterday that is going to make this experience a lot better. I had these already made up, and I actually made these with the check 38s in mind. Let me minimize this. Oh, not like that. We don't minimize it. And we can X out of this one. And these are things of green stuff, so we can have I specifically molded that to be on the back, little tarps and shit on here, because all of these are missing boxes. They're all missing no tech lights and headlights and stuff like that. And I'm not really worried about that. The print didn't have them, so not too terribly concerned. But I was putzing around in the kitchen yesterday. No, that does not mean cooking for me. Actually, I had a couple more from before, and little tie-ins. Extra check 38 pieces, the ones from the Plastic Soldier Company, extras. And I made some more out of green stuff. With a couple different takes on things. Now I'm planning on painting the tanks and then adding these things afterwards. But we've got some bed rolls. Let's see how these things come off of this. They were sitting on a bit of water so that they wouldn't stick as much. All kinds of different. This is nothing. This one is just, it's extra. Better rolls, some that are just, the rolls aren't too much of a problem. This one with one end folded up on purpose. There we go. The only thing I don't like about making stuff out of this is you got to wait overnight. But that's why I was actually looking forward to doing this morning. So we've got some sheets that are like, you know, a couple things folded over like this. Just bam, just done. And I've seen a lot of like tanks and stuff, they actually don't have them tied down. So something like that probably wouldn't tie it down. You know, then we've got other ones we can put. Just something to make them look different from each other. You know, and then I got some that have these tools. These are the tool kits from the Plastic Soldier Company. Yeah, and they go, at least on the Plastic Soldier Company tanks, they go here. You know, so if you put that one on that, well, you've already got something that's consumed that space over here. So maybe here you put this little thing sitting here. Another thing like that. Just to kind of mix them up a little bit. So just a little bit, add a little bit of variety to these things. Okay, and the only thing I don't like about making stuff out of green stuff is you gotta plan ahead. You gotta plan a little bit, and it looks like to get the color changes on them. These are almost like more blue in them. It's exactly the same. Well, I guess it could have been that I used a different mixture, but whatever. I did these about noon yesterday when they were setting. And I figured I'd be sharp. I'd let them set for a little bit and then use these to tie them together, you know, put the little loops in them, and that didn't work. You know, so it was a little too soft. I would have had to come back about 3, and we can just wrap those up if we need to add them on there. Good morning, Marcus. Okay, so trying to figure out what unit to do these with. So I think we're definitely going to do yellow for variety. And I'm really not happy about doing two. Basically with the yellow, I got 2 options. I've got basically ones I've seen with 2 digits. Like the example that was shown was 4-4 back here in the back of this turret area here. And I've also seen a single digit. The single digit would be for the company. So in which case, if these are up right near each other, they'd probably all have the same number. That's not really an option. Now I can do a little bit of artistic license. Okay, and what I mean by that is the one that has the single number, I haven't seen the back of the turret. So I could put, I think the example I saw was 9 or 6. So I could put them all 666 on them. And then on the back, put the full number of it, like 631 or 627 or whatever. I believe the other ones are the ones that have the markings like the 7th Panzer are all 6s. So we won't be doing that. But like 9s. So I can go 999 all on the side of the turret and on the back have the full number on it. So I don't like just using the 2 digits. I don't know. It looks almost like Soviet markings. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to, they're all going to have the same markings on them. On the side of the turret and on the back, they'll be different. I think that's what we'll do. Solid yellow numbers, yeah, solid yellow numbers. And yeah, we might actually put the 20th Panzer Division markings on them. Who knows? Let's just see where that takes us. And if I don't like it, I'll just redo it. I just would like to get it right the first time because it saves me time. So we have 2 of these really detailed brushes. One of them is better than the other. You can read it. It's been used less. You can read the number on it. Your body oils change. I never think about having lots of body oils, but we all have them, or we dry out. But they do damage they damage shit. Let's put a little bit of water here. We just cleaned our pot. And we're going to do yellow. So let's get out our yellow candidates. So, man, I got a lot of colors missing. What's up? What up with that? What up with that? All right. I think something like US Field Drab probably be right for the bottom color of the or maybe even like the beige brown. I've used all kinds of browns. I've used chocolate brown. Let's try Flat Earth. We're going to use Flat Earth, and this is a lovely yellow, this Phoenix Flames. That, and we may need a little bit of white, maybe. I think that'll get us where we need to go. Okay, so of course, we're going to do 1 as a tester. Now, the 20th Panzer Division according to this book, the 20th Panzer Division had come on. It's the Soviets. It's in here somewhere. I don't think I passed it. It's in a chart. Jeez. Hold on 1 second. Here it is. 20th Panzer Division was in the same corps as the 7th Panzer, and it had 121 Panzer 38Ts as opposed to 167. So it actually it is the other unit that had the most Czech 38s. 7th Panzer had 167, at least the beginning of Barbarossa, and then 20th had 121. So I know that 7th Panzer had 3 whole battalions, so I don't want to assume that the 20th had all 3. So if it would have had 2, I want to avoid the 4th and the 8th companies because those would have had the support tanks. So all right, so let's make sure we have enough contrast here. And I'm probably going to lighten this up a little bit with yellow. And the opening, like, whoa, like, it's already spilling. Okay, and the numbers that these used, so those are 6s. So 1, 2, and 3 are fair game. So are 4, 5, and 6. I should make them all 4s, right? They'd be lucky. Just don't send them to China. I'm going to make them 1s. Just to paint a little 1. I'll be damned, it doesn't look like a decal. And then we're going to do a 1 back here. And this is a command 1. So this one's going to be 1. $130. It's got to end in a 1. 131. Let's do a 3. And we're going to make these numbers more roundish. That's what I've seen. I've seen these numbers pretty round. Kind of almost chubby, like, almost. I don't know if that's even noticeable on there. The delay is killing me. There's so much freaking delay between. Yeah, like it still has. I still haven't brought it up to the camera in the video. Wow, what the fuck's going on? doing the odd ones. I don't know about the odd ones. Yeah. So I am going to go ahead and finish this all the way. Okay. Yeah, they're all going to be ones. They're all going to have one on the turret, and the one on the back will have the full number on it. Yeah, I can't watch the screen. There's so much delay. It's ridiculous. I don't know why. Okay, that's 131. Um, I am going to do the Panzer Division marking on it, and I'm going to put it right under the vision slot so I have something to reference it to. There's a little side symbol supposed to be the Brandenburg Gate. It's like an E facing down. And then even with this, symbol on this side. All right, now let's see if I made my choices correctly. Let's go ahead and do it completely, okay? Let's mix about 50-50. 50-50 of this yellow and 50-50 of this. By the way, this color, some colors cover so much better than others, and I didn't want the base to be a color that covered kind of, so this, whatever this is, this flat earth, covers like a pro. This yellow, like all yellows, don't cover well. This is a beautiful color rare from War Paints, but Phoenix Flames, but I know it doesn't cover with a shit. But it is a great color. Okay, so let's just go over the one now. And you have to do this with the yellow. You have to paint kind of an undercolor. But if I was painting any color, I'm painting an undercolor because it helps take that color and pop it and push it out from the surface. So if I was painting red, I'd do like, black, dark red, red, and then highlight the red. And it just makes it just like step away from it. Otherwise, it just doesn't look right. Doesn't look right to me. Okay. There we have those. Now we're going to go full yellow on our last one. Or attempt to. That's a beautiful yellow color. It's one of the few army paint colors I have on purpose. I specifically went and saw this. I'm like, oh, this is going to be a beautiful yellow. The other thing I've noticed, if you overload it a little bit more than you think, just gently touch the surface and almost stipple, but not quite. Um, this is so hard to describe because I've done it so many times, and we are going to go up one more with it. We're going to add a touch of white to it. What's up, Ben? Yes, you should be able to reduce the delay in these settings unless shorts have a set limit. I don't know how to fucking do it. A stream. How about stream settings? Is it there? I have two options: enable DVR, which is enabled, unlist live replay once stream ends. I don't know. I need a producer. I just paint, man. That's amazing. I've even been able to do any of the stuff that I've been. I'm just a painter. I'm just a silly ass painter. We're supposed to have some storms that are rolling in. All those storms that destroyed Mississippi. You know, they're supposed to. We're going to catch some of the fringes. I don't think that it's going to be anything destructive, but I don't even know it's going to be that windy. But oh yeah. All right, now we're going to get our friend, Mr. White, out here. This is probably the best tripod I have of the little ones. But I'll be damned if it isn't finicky. It likes to topple over all the time. So it toppled over on my tanks once yesterday, and again this morning. I'm like, fuck this. I'm moving the tanks out of the way. Last thing I need to know is, last thing I need is something that, destroys something I'm really happy with. let's get more quantity of the yellow. So we can add more white and not lighten it too much. There we go. So all the stuff that I do, this is one of my favorite things to do. The hand painting markings, giving them nicknames, that's the kind of, I really enjoy doing that. And there's not a whole lot of decal options for Czech 38s. I was really surprised. The people that make decals, apparently, I mean, I wasn't going to order the decals. I was just going to copy them. I was going to get inspiration from them. They don't want to use anything that there's not a real picture of. And there's not a whole lot of pictures of these things. And they have to have clear markings, because when you pull the chit on this, is going to be called, driver Panzer 38 131. It's not going to be, we're not going to name the driver and then be like, where the fuck is Horst at? Oh, I don't know. What tank is he in? He's a function of the tank. He doesn't become a real person, so to speak, until he bails out of the tank. He'll still have a chit, but his identity is tied into the tank. Now, there's so much freaking delay. Let me get out of this. Let me go out of this one so I get a big picture. Nope, that didn't work. That also didn't work. What if I go big here, full screen? There we go. Now, the close up, the problem is the delay is going to bug the shit out of me. All right. I can't. I can close up on it. You're not going to see anything because the light's in the wrong place. The light needs to be from this direction, from here. It looks like I hate the lighting in here. It's great for me. It sucks for you guys. Let's see if we can do anything. All right, you brown fucker, move out of the way. Let's try this. There we go. That's a little bit better. Let's look see how the back is. Piece of cake. Let's take it one step at a time. Now let's get out of, how do I get into the other screen view? Okay. Think you're gonna borrow some of your techniques for these armored cars, especially with the poles had a weird yellow, brown, green, gray camo like the French one. Similarly, low latency mode might help with the delay. I like it. It still looks good though. They'll work on the numbering, much better lighting. It looks good. Yeah, one stroke at a time. I find that the biggest thing that helps, well, obviously you got to have confidence in your brush and the paint so that it flows and doesn't catch. But the sketching is huge. The sketching is huge, and it's like, you know, you use the first level to kind of get everything in the right place, and it has a little bit of shadowing, and if it's not perfect, it's okay. You know, it's all right. So what are we doing next after that? Well, um, oh, the Balkenkreuz, of course. Now this one we're going to use. I don't know if we're going to do the gray centers or not. But let's go ahead and get some. Let's get a Balkenkreuz out here. Wow, this is really jammed. Well, we're going to put one on the smoke grenade thing on the back. We're going to put one on the side here somewhere. And then here, I hate doing this, but I got to put it on the toolbox. I got to put on this little damn little box on this one. Out of the way. Out of the way. Okay, so the main thing, can you guys see okay? Let me go on big screen and make sure. But the problem with big screen, I can't see your comments. I can't see your comments on the screen. All right, let's go big screen to show you how to do these crosses that we've done multiple times. Let's not brag about it. We haven't won the race yet. Well, I mean, it'll turn out fine. The problem is, will I get it right on the first try? That's the whole thing. You want to do it right on the first try because otherwise you're wasting your time. All right, let's find kind of a medium brush for this. Something like this. Well, we got this little tiny little tip that's going sideways. So we're gonna kill you off. Ah! Okay, there we go. Now, the whole objective is we want to put this white down, okay? And we want it wide enough that it's going to be wider than where the black is going to be. Then we're going to come in and we're going to do the black, or in the case of doing it gray, a gray. I'm going to do it gray just to be different. We're going to put the dark color in the middle both ways. And then you trim up the white after that color's in. And that's worked really well because it's really easy for your eye to like line up across and it be like, 90 degrees, or correct it at that point. I've been pretty successful doing that. So we are going to want the Panzer gray out here with a little bit of Luftwaffe blue. And the Panzer gray that is my German gray. Is it this one? Yes, yes. Okay, perfect. All right, so the whole objective is, and that's why I use it a little bit wider, so I don't have to I want it this wide, I have to paint and then paint over and paint over and paint over. Just the thickness of this this is going to be thicker than the actual thing. So that's what the objective is going to be. So let's go over to this side. I don't care that some of this has a little bit of yellow in it. I'm not worried about it. Prefer not to have any dust particles there. They just slow down the process. And we don't want it fully white. We want it to be, I wanted this. There we go. We want it to be almost a light gray, like this. And kind of watery because then it's thin. Then we're not like putting a paint layer on top of another paint layer on top of a paint layer. It looks weird. All right, so we're going to start with let's start with this one that's on the box. I don't have a choice. That's where it is. So the only problem with it is part of it's going to be on the latch. Am I okay with that? I guess I'm going to have to be. So always pull towards yourself. And then the same thing on the other one. And if the leg is longer than you need it to be, it's okay. You can come clean that up later. Like this one's really pretty sloppy. I'll wait for the delay. I don't know if you can see that, but it'll work because I've like had that. I'm like, this isn't going to turn out well. And then it did. Like, oh, okay. I shouldn't doubt myself. All right. And I may end up putting junk in its way. I don't care. I'm going to go straight across from it on this one. Okay. We got a couple little white crosses there, and then we're going to put one on this back on this smoke grenade launcher. Now, American stars, I'm not hand painting those, okay? I could do it. I don't have time for that. Make this a tiny bit wider. Okay? So you got that where we want it. Now, I've never used gray before. It should work exactly the same. So what we're going to do is, where's Panzer gray? Now this is going to be a little bit darker than the color of the tank, because the color of the tank has some of that blue and stuff through it. So I'm going to go ahead and go in this color. If I need to lighten it up more in the middle, I'll do that. But if not, we're going to roll with this. So let's thin this where we want it to, and we're just going to paint a thin line through the center. And now what we're going to focus on is we're going to make sure that center color is the width that we want, regardless of how much of the white is showing more on one side and more on the other. Because then we're going to come in and we're going to do the little corners in white in relation to the center, and it'll look pretty damn good. Let's see if we can. See, it's not perfect on there. But the white, when we come back with the white will straighten it all out. And you'll have that bottom color that you sketched in there, and it'll also make the other white pop. No, I didn't watch a video on doing this. I just kind of winged it. And there's probably a bunch of different ways of doing this. I guess I just like painting with the liners. I love the liner brushes. And none of these brushes are expensive. This is like 8 or 10, I think it's 10 brushes. 10 brushes for like $6, $5.99 or something like that. That's what they're up to. So 60 cents a brush, that's not bad. Okay, now, once we're done with that, now we're going to get the pure white here. Yorichi, welcome. Sounds like that. What's that creature in the video game you have to fight? Your Yorichi, Orichi. What am I painting? It's in the subject line. Czech 38s. Panzer 38s. I actually need to try something today. And I may do it live, depending on how it goes. But I was watching a video. This proves that I don't know shit about airbrushing, and I don't. I feel like I don't know shit about airbrushing. Let's put it that way. And this guy was having trouble with bubbles or whatever. So I watched this article and it was like, yeah, like watch this for cleaning. And I had the parts explosion of the airbrush, and I have another cap in there that I never take off. I think it's kind of sealed shut. So I'm going to strong arm it and open it, and that might be where some of my issues are with the primer. But I'm ready to just use black paint for primer. You know, I'm ready to use black paint for primer. I just didn't order the black paint because I'm gonna give it one more shot. And the primer works great, but man, it gums up the paintbrush. It's a lot of effort to get it out. Not a lot of effort. It's some effort to get it out and to get it running again. But I'm gonna strong arm and open that thing. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go grab it now. What? You just interrupted yourself. Yeah, that's what I like. I'll be right back. I'll be right back in a few. Let me go to the garage and bring the airbrush out here. Because I got good lighting here. I don't have my contacts in, so perfect. I'll be able to see all that. You like your stories, they're interesting. Yeah, I'll be right back in a jiffy. Now, here's my Iwata HPCS airbrush, which is excellent. I've actually never, this might actually not be a bad idea to bring this son of a bitch in here. Oh yeah, I mean, we got some maximum visibility in this place. Okay, this little cap is removable. This little part right here. There's like a little threaded thing. but I've never removed it. And I think it's wedged shut. And I bet there's gunk in there if I could ever open it. So what I'm going to do in order to open it is I'm going to install it on here. And I'm going to wrench it tight. I don't have any of my. Let me go get a little wrench out of the garage. I think the nozzle is in there. Be careful, it pops out. It's so there's this little cap upon the cap, and the nozzle actually, yeah, that should be inside, but it doesn't need to be inside. I can't remove this thing. I mean, it's got the threads here to twist it off. I can't twist it. And I don't really care about messing up the outside of it here. The inside I don't want to miss out. I've never been able to clean that part. And I didn't realize it was a separate piece, to be honest with you. I thought it was almost like grippage for this until I saw a parts explosion. I'm like, well, son of a bitch. Back again. Okay, and I'm not a tool guy, but I do have a toolbox now, and I kept everything. Thank you. And here's another one. Okay. This is what I have. One of these better work, or I think this is overkill. I just brought them in. This is overkill. I knew I had this one here. I think this is the wrong shape. I think this is going to be the one. This airbrush is awesome. Or one of these days, I'm going to screw with those Masters airbrushes. I've got nothing to lose. I had them, the ones that came with the. It's twisted. I had this tightened down by hand, and it's twisting it out. I don't want to do one of those things. There's only one of me. Damn, Pete. There we go. All right. I've never taken this off since all the airbrushing that I've done. So there's got to be gunk in here. Not a whole lot, but there is. It's not completely clean. All right, now, my secret ingredient. Got to use a new brush for this. You don't want to use one that already has paint on it. Do be gentle. You say that a lot? And you know, if I had to buy another airbrush, I'd probably buy the same one again. I would have been taking this off to clean every time. And yeah, I put a little cut in there with using that. But what am I going to do? Just on the outside. I knew somehow something was going to get a burr on it or something, but shit happens. You know, the cup is also copper colored anyways, also. You know, it starts off being, what do you call it? Um, Chrome, and it gets, you know, eaten up. Now, what I'm going to do is after I do this deep clean, not today, we're going to go back to the Panzer, obviously, but I'm going to try to do fine lines with it. I'm not going to do the primer. Man, the lighting in here is incredible. Isn't it just absolutely incredible for this? And then, you know, this hand sanitizer just takes everything off. There's a little bit of paint residue on the outside, like boom, gone. A little bit of splatter that had been on here, gone. Toothbrush is one of the other guys. I don't have a toothbrush handy. Yeah, I mean, it's like brand new. Now, but I've never taken that off. So any gunk that was here in between those two, yeah, we don't even need to scrape. Just move that stuff out of the way. And we tightened. I don't know how it got. I don't know. I don't know how it ended up getting that tight. Yeah, it's just moving that around. I might think about getting one of those ultrasonic cleaners. Everybody raves about them. Like the paint is loose that's in there. It's completely loose. It just won't come out. I mean, I'm just, I can push it around with this because it's small. Okay, so to be continued. So we got that thing open. That's good. Yeah, there's freaking paint here. And I'll look into that. Drop these things at the, do what I'm doing now and then put it in an ultrasonic cleaner and then it'll knock all that stuff out. Yeah, I didn't know it was a separate part. I honestly thought it was the grippage to tighten this on by hand, you know? Now, I'm not an airbrush expert. I probably never will be. Certainly not compared to painting by by brushes like, you know. It's funny. I see some nicks in this needle. It's probably from it just getting pushed in the other way. I don't like loading in from the front. Man, I take my contacts out. I'm telling you, I see all kinds of shit that no human should see. It's plus everything's +6. So I wish it wasn't such a pain to put this thing in. It's really the biggest pain about this airbrush is if the little top comes out, it's a pain to put it back in. Guess this one. That paint? Why would paint be all the way down here? It is. What up with that? It's something. They say you should never take this part out. Anyhow, we'll try to do some detail painting later today with the airbrush and see if that makes a difference after we've taken that thing apart. But I saw that video this morning. I'm like, oh, I got to try that. And I mean, I guess I could put a painting station there, but I don't want that in here. I mean, I wouldn't be able to airbrush with anybody in the house. I don't have a good, I'm very close to the bedroom. Let's put it that way. Okay. Just going to order another Skirmish Campaigns book, Colonial one for Sudan. In the feedback on the cart, I've told them I found through your channel, so hopefully they acknowledge you. Good. Well, I'm a fan of their stuff. Tell them M4A4s are fucked up. America shouldn't have those. Maybe I just know more than I should. I don't know. I think that's common knowledge, though. Like it's like giving the Americans M4A2s. No, the Marines use some M4A2s, but most of the M4A2s I think went to Russia. Russia and the Brits got some. Okay, got no hand sanitizer on my hand. All right, back to the white. Yeah, the lighting here is just incredible. For that, I'm like, oh my gosh, I've never seen that. You know, I'm also like right here, you know, so. You know, one of the things, I think one of the things you can do to improve whatever it is you're doing is admit you don't know everything. And a lot of people are just like, oh, I can't admit I'm not the world's expert on everything. Well, you're fucking not. There's always somebody that's going to do something better than you are. Then you're doing it. All right. So we're going to drop a line here. So if you've got, where's my sketchbook? God, if I had my old vision back. ¿Dónde está? Aquí. Okay. No, the mic's not muted right now. Okay. You got this cross that's in black. Okay, you got this cross is in black. And now we're going to do, you've got the black cleaned up or the dark color, whatever. It's about right where you want it, but this other white isn't. So what you're going to do is you're going to come from one angle and you're going to paint this. You're going to pull this line towards you, and same thing with this one. You're going to do this little bit in white and this little bit in white and this little bit in white, this little bit in white. And you're going to turn it, and then you're going to do this little bit in white, 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 and look at it and go, okay, well, that's good. And I may have to come out here and clean some of these other edges, and then clean the edge here towards the end. But that's basically what it is. You don't want to do, I mean, you can do it, but you don't want to go in like, let me clean this white. I'm going to come in here and paint this L. No, you want to paint this one when you're like focused on being straight, and then paint this one, and then turn it 90, and then paint this one, and then this one. Because pulling a line towards you is like real easy to be precise. You start doing like weird things, and the bristles, the problem is the bristles turn. They like turn, and it's like it's like a tractor trailer that doesn't exactly track where you want it to. That's what I've noticed. So just take it one stroke at a time, and it's not hard. It's not hard. Now, if you have shaky hands, you're fucked. Okay, you can't have shaky hands. So I said, when I get older, I don't want shaky hands. I prefer to be incontinent, or maybe I'll wear a diaper or something like that. But I can't have shaky hands. That's no good. You're no good to me, shaky. That's all we did. We did all the little verticals there. Okay, now we're going to flip this joker 90 degrees. Come in from the other end. Okay. I'm not balanced enough. My wrists aren't balanced enough on the table. So let's try this again. Might clean it up a little bit. I don't know if that's clear. I literally cannot see. I can see there's a picture up there. I don't know if the focus is on it right or not. Hopefully it is. So like I'm looking at it, like, all right, this one little part isn't as thick as the other one. So let's come in here and thicken it up a little bit. We try not to touch the black. Just run beside it. This is the tricky one. I should have gotten this one from this end. It was too far away, and I can't paint with my wrist unsupported. That's not my deal. Here we go. That's a little better. It's a piece of cake. But you got to be, it takes some time, and I don't find it stressful at all. It's stressful if you're like, if you have a gun to your head, and if you're not allowed to clean it up. Like clean it up if I have to. I didn't know they had a Sudan one. And yes, this takes much longer. 36 people, holy shit! This takes a lot longer to do. Okay, but you're saving all of the time of ordering decals, getting them, they're the wrong size, having to trim them. Because when I grew up, decals were, you had a decal that was this big, and the paper was tiny little bit bigger than that. Not like it's a lot bigger, so now I gotta freaking clean it up and all that. Like, you waste time doing that. You have to worry about silvering. Although I really haven't had much of a problem with silvering things once I figure out, gloss coat, They put the colonial books as PDFs now. I hope they keep making them, because even though you saw the other night where I realized the other day where I realized that the scale of it, I don't think it's scaled for 20 millimeter correctly. I think you probably need to double the ranges, but at least it gives you some food for thought, some food for thought on those things. So 3 likes, come on, you can do better than that. There's 24 you people online. Now I don't care how many likes you have. I just want visibility. This might be exactly what somebody's looking for, but the channel doesn't get recommended or whatever, So, especially not right now. I'm not even on one of my rants. I don't have those things. Okay, so now we just got to be careful we don't touch that thing, or we end up having to clean it up. Okay, so same thing on the other side. And seriously, this is what I enjoy doing more than anything else in the painting process. Especially if you see, if especially if you hear people like, man, I can't do that kind of stuff. Well, that like gives me like extra power, man. That's like spinach for doing things like that. Like I'm I'm kind of scared of heights. I'm really uneasy with heights. And we went to this place called the Royal Gorge in Colorado. And it's this bridge that cars can drive on, but it's really a pedestrian bridge with slats, and you can see through the slats. And I don't know what the distance is between the gorge, but we'll say half a mile. And the bridge can move. I don't think you can shake it as you're walking. It's a little sturdier than that. But the girls were really uneasy, and my daughter was really uneasy crossing it, and we had to cross it because we had taken a little like a train to get over, but a train that hangs, which I did not like at all. You know, because the drop is like a freaking mile. It seems like it, and they were so scared that it like made me like yeah, I can do this. I'll show them how it's done. So you know, sometimes other people's scaredness of it like empowers you. You know, so not everything that way. Just I don't know if I can do these things. Oh yeah, you can. Here's how you do it. But you kind of do the paint. You got to leave the paint kind of watery so it doesn't catch you because you don't want the when you do that, it's going to jag over a little bit. You're not going to get that smooth line. And like I said, sometimes it's just like you just barely touch the surface and let it do it. So, you know, you don't want to paint like that. You want to just drag it across the surface. Not for everything, but for you know things like this that are like a precision. I don't. I really don't put a whole lot of thought into it. I just kind of do it. But I've done it so many times that it's pretty much a no-brainer. And the wet palette doesn't help me at all. Then it's something else to babysit. You know, it's like having something else that you know you're working on and keeps distracting you. Well, this isn't acting right. Or this is just just use your little Pringles caps is what I used for a long time. We're gonna add a little bit more white to it on this one, but it's looking pretty neat. Now let's put it with a turret so we can see kind of the whole picture. And no, we haven't weathered it yet. We're not going to weather it super heavy. Not over those. I almost said decals. Not over the writing. I can't even see what I'm showing you. So hopefully it's in focus. All right. Now we do the back. That one looks pretty good right off the bat. I think that helps, right? Holding the light that way so that it's shining from the direction that you guys are looking at. That's also the direction that I see from. So, you know, if I'm holding things back here, I'm like, man, it looks really dark. I said, yeah, well, I'm not painting it from there, you know? All right, let's clean this thing up. Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to do a little bit of a concoction. And the concoction that we're going to do is we're going to add this already dried out. We got some Panzer gray, right? And then we're going to add some of this Luftwaffe blue because we did the dry brush in there. And we're going to do like a 50-50 mix and see what that looks like. Maybe add a little bit more of this. Thin it down. We're still going to use the precise thing. And want to go a little bit lighter than that. And we're going to clean up the edges. Okay, we're just going to clean up the edges by just dropping a vertical here. Don't, still pull down. Look at that. But you got to do it with a liner. The liner brushes they make a difference. They make a difference. And you have to have an attitude. I'm not going to get it right the very first time. People think, oh, I'm just going to do this and this and this and this. Oh, it didn't turn out right. Yeah, you can't fucking do it that way. Like, you're not doing it big. You're doing it small, Can see it well. Got to go now. I'll see you later in the day if you do another session. Yep. Yeah, we're going to knock some shit out today. We're going to watch some TV with the wife, I'm sure, at some point, but we ran errands yesterday. Went to Aldi's. Really wish we had the Aldi's in Spain. That was a kick-ass fucking Aldi's. The Aldi's in Salamanca. That place was incredible. You don't need a whole lot of cleanup on this thing. Okay. Excellent. 131, baby. Now, I'm going to do something I don't normally do. You made the mistake of going into Lidl today, okay? They have one of those in Spain, but I didn't go into one. Is that like another Aldi's? They had no baskets left out, so I asked the staff and they just shrugged their shoulders. To be fair, she did end up wandering off to find one, but I already commandeered one from a till at that point. Isn't Lidl and Aldi mixed? Aren't they in cahoots? Let's finish this one all the way. How about that? How about we do that? You guys okay with that? We'll finish this joker all the way out. So the next thing we're going to do is finishing this thing all the way out is we're going to get our colors to nastify this. Not beige brown. Beige brown could work. We just haven't been using that. Nope. Where is that? Did we put it away? We may have put it away. It's taking up too much space. Let's finish this joker all the way out. How about that? Which is my preferred way of doing it. Here we go. US Field Drab and Iraqi Sand looks like this one. Yep, that's the one. They're both German companies. No, they're rivals, but a lot of the same stuff. Hey, the delay's gone. I don't know what's going on with it. I literally don't touch anything. And sometimes it works flawless, and sometimes, you know, it's all gimpy. Speaking of gimpy, it's time for my Coke habit. So, not to get political, I don't know what's going to happen with the tariffs, but I was having a conversation with somebody and they said that, hey, it might kill the dollar stores here, which honestly, I'm all for. Fucking kill them all. Not the people in the dollar stores. It's you guys have them. Poundland, right? It's cheapo things, and in the back it's also a whorehouse, right? That's why it's called Poundland. Dollar store, Dollar Tree is what it's called here. Like, I don't understand. Like, even if the items were free, you still have to pay people to work there. I don't know how they turn a profit. Some people have claimed that it's just a Chinese listening post. I don't know. I just don't know how the hell they could possibly turn a profit with things costing that little. So yeah, I don't care if those stores go away. We did fine without them before. So we're gonna weather this. Then we're gonna do some black lining. That's when you're really gonna be able to tell the difference. It's like mascara for my tanks. Uh-oh. I'm squeezing way too hard for this. I got a bad feeling about this, Sarge. Well, tomorrow morning, I plan on painting tomorrow morning and in the evening. We can have a double St. Patrick's Day edition. No, I'm not Irish. I'm just pretend Irish. Actually, I may not have an evening. We may go out for a beverage. What's the Scottish version of St. Patrick's Day? Certainly you guys have one. I'm sure you guys have one. St. David, right? Isn't that your saint? I think it's David. That ain't gonna work. We need more oomph than that. Let's open this up before I shoot this load all over this. You know what I meant. Yeah. Come on, stop being difficult. There's lots in there. St. Andrew's Day. There's a Pound Bakery if you need a sausage in your buns. Pound Stretcher. And now a used electronics store called Sex. Wait a second. Shouldn't it be called Kex? When do you guys pronounce the soft C? Because I am I've told you guys this before. I prefer British spelling, American pronunciation. I cannot call the reconnaissance element what you guys call it. I can't call it that. It sounds so wrong on so many levels to have a hard C sound in that. So I just call it reconnaissance. I'm going to go do a recon. It's the recon battalion, the reconnaissance battalion. Not what you guys call it. I can't call it that. It's like a wrecker service. We're going to go over this German cross, but not too much. I saw somebody was it came up on my feed that somebody was trying to sell some 3D painted tanks, and they were painted really well. There were a couple of Matildas. They're painted really well. I look at them and I'm like, Matildas were never painted that way. And look good. But that's the old me would have been, that'll work. The new me would have been like, they didn't use that paint scheme on Matildas. But I'm not going to post that on his comment. Like, these look great, but your thing's wrong. I'm not going to do that. I'll keep that shit to myself. Well, I'll tell you guys here. This is my land. I can do whatever I want here, but I don't put negative comments on people's posts. That's not cool. I don't appreciate when people do it on mine. You know, they don't get viewed by everybody. We pronounce the letters in sex, which doesn't really help matters at all. CEX. Used electronics, huh? You got anything new? Nope. Everything we sell here has been run around the block a couple times. Without even a wipe down. Speaking of sex, this thing is sexy. All right, now we want to do the same thing to the turret. We don't want to go ape shit crazy. Ape shit crazy. That's like that American Tourister commercial where the guy's in the gorilla suit slinging out luggage around. Remember that from the 70s? That make it across the pond to you guys? Everybody thinks it's Samsonite, but it's not. It's American Tourister. Guy in an ape suit. Yeah, you like that shit when you're a kid. Ape suits were big in the 70s. That was the pre-furries. Somebody told me about that. I'm like, the what? I said, I've heard of a two-bagger, but not about furries. Two-bagger. That's when you put two bags on in case one of them rips. I didn't come up with that. I found a World War I Aussie camo scheme, which might be where the blue encounter came from. Sent you a pic. You know, the blue encounter looks correct. I mean, it looks good. It's just wrong. I mean, it's not like that looks terrible. No, it looks cool. You know? It's like, fuck you. We got 90 millimeters of armor or whatever. 90 millimeters of armor equivalency in some places. Like, try to knock me down. Let's see what we got here. That's a cool camouflage scheme. Oh, it's got like air recognition stripes too. The Australians didn't fight in Northwest Europe, did they? In World War One? I thought they just fought in Arabia. You know, that front, the Turkish front. Again, I don't know everything. Seemingly, that's from the Masterbox Austin Mark IV kit. All right, now, what we're going to do is we got some rustified things we need to do. This is going to be rusty. This is going to be rusty as well. And then we've got some gunmetal things that we need to do. All right, so let's rinse this. Australians fought in the West. Did they? Huh. Well, there you go. What'd they wear? British kit? I had to. They didn't wear a bush hat in Northwest in Flanders, did they? I don't think they would have worn a bush hat. Is it safe to say that there was a higher percentage of criminals in the Australian Army in World War I as opposed to World War II? They hadn't been bred out. You guys know, you guys know I love all the Commonwealth nation, but that's just funny. You know, it's like a whole continent, like Georgia. We send all the criminals to Georgia, and they don't all fit. All right, well, we discovered this big land that's full of sand. Send them out there. I always liked the camouflage scheme that the Germans used at the end of World War One on their helmets. Not everybody, but I've seen it. And there was this one book. I know I've showed you this book before. This has a stormtrooper wearing it. It looks really cool. Okay, that's the gunmetal stuff, which I've seen people use gray for it. And it looks okay to me. I'm a little old. I'm a little old school for that. I'm too old for that shit. What is that? Where's that World War I helmet book? Here it is. Atlas of Weapons of War. It's an old book from the 70s, I'm pretty sure. Well, let me show you the cover that's just blue. Now we got a lot of delay. A lot of freaking delay. Atlas of Weapons and War. I think that's in the picture. It's here towards the back. And it's the cover of the World War I section. This is actually a really cool painting. Yeah, I still haven't went and grabbed the book in my view. God, there's so much freaking delay. I hope this is in focus. I can't tell because it still hasn't come up on my screen. Actually, let me just do this. Screw this. Because I can see if it's centered now. Let me pull this around. There we go. You close in on that camouflage. Pretty freaking cool, man. Now, I have no way if it's put in the right place because I gotta wait about 4 minutes for it to show up. Yeah, I'm glad I turned that around because that's not anywhere where you guys can see it. They wore helmets at the front and bush hats behind lines. I don't know about you, but I don't like wearing a hat. I mean, I don't mind wearing a hat, but if it makes me hot, I don't want to fucking wear one. You know, so. Rookie, what's up? Rookie coming back for more. All right, so this is what we're going to do our rustified areas, which are going to be the muffler, which we're going to start with a really dank color. That's going to be the muffler back here. Exhaust. And this little box here. Anything that gets excruciatingly hot, the paint is going to just pop off of it. And when it does, the metal is exposed to the elements and it's going to rust like nobody's business. Yeah, I did the right thing just finishing this by the each. I want to see what this thing looks like. And it kind of has like a misprint. Part of the exhaust is missing. That's okay. You just got up. Are you on Eastern Standard Time? You don't know. How do you not know what time zone you're in? Is it like 8:20? I had a good day yesterday, man. Did you have a good one? Almost every weekday is a good one. I mean, every weekend is a good one. I've had some weekends that are like, man, I can't wait to go to work so I can have less to do, but that hasn't happened lately. It's 8:20. You're on Eastern Standard Time. Look, you learned something today. You go back to sleep now. Most of America's on that time, I would imagine. Gotta be. Mountain has probably the least people in it than anybody else. Eastern's number one. I bet Central has more than Pacific. Then Pacific. I mean, Pacific has all of California, but you got California and the people in those hippie states. That's it. There's not that many people in those two hippie states. What states are those? You didn't have power from 7 to 9 because of a storm yesterday. Huh. That wasn't too bad. They cleaned that thing up pretty quick in 2 hours. I hope we don't lose power today. But all those storms that are going through Mississippi and they caused some major distraction are headed this way. They're not headed straight here though, so and this little thing looks a little bright, but it's going to have a black wash on it. All right, speaking of which, that's what time it is. It's black wash 30. It's almost on the 32. I'm trying to do an arcade with your friend who will leave for Japan in 2 weeks. Is that one of those arcades where you pay one price and you play all day? That would have been great when I was a kid. I didn't have that. I remember a couple of arcade things. The first arcade game I really, 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 really liked was Gauntlet. And there was a guy in the mall, mid 19th, it came out in like 85, so 85, 86. This guy was an old dude. Well, I don't know. I mean, he's probably younger than I am now. But he's way too old to be in a fucking arcade, you know what I'm saying? And he had this, it was interesting because what I remember about him is he was always there, and he was probably in his 40s. I don't know. I was a kid, so I didn't know. I didn't know what 40s looked like. But he was older. He was always there playing. He'd always play the elf. And when you showed up to play his game, he ran the show. And I don't mean that in a bad way, like he was incompetent or he was a dickhead or anything. No, he was cool, but he'd tell you what to do. And if you did it, you lived a while. Like it was in your best interest to pay attention to basically let him run the show. Like go over here, all right, go over there and start shooting. Not exactly how to do it, but he'd like guide you what you needed to do so that you would, because it's timed and you're losing health every second, you know, that kind of stuff. He was always there, and he was middle aged. He always wore a Indiana Jones type hat, a fedora like that. But his face looked like Tote. And Tote is the guy that was, even with glasses, Tote was the guy that was the Gestapo in Indiana Jones. So you had the whole Indiana Jones thing going, but you had the hat of the good guy, the face of the bad guy. So nerd burglar looking dude, glasses, round head, whatever. I don't know what happened to him. It's probably a child molester somewhere for all I know. Hope not. But he was always there. And you try to play that game without him, ain't gonna last worth a damn. It's a quarter sink. You're just gonna be throwing quarters and quarters and quarters at it. My other arcade story in the late 80s. See, I was in high school, so 88, 87, 88, 89, one of those, something like that. I'd take my bike. I'd go to the library at University of Florida and do the research on all those ship things that I have. Some of those are from like that period, like 86, 87, 88. Some of those scenarios, things like that. But there was this arcade that was there right across the street. And I never had a ton of money to spend on the arcade or whatever. And the game that I was never good at arcade games. They're just too damn hard. They're made to sink your freaking coins into. What was the name of that game where you were killing aliens? I know that doesn't narrow it down. But it was a side view and multiple people could play. Xenophon? Something like that. I want to say it had a weird controller. It had like a controller with like buttons on it. It wasn't just a joystick with the buttons on the thing. Xenophon, I think is what it was. You had to kill these aliens and hatchlings and things like that. I probably wouldn't, those little side view games. I'd never play one of them side view things. I think that I had downloaded a free Assassin's Creed, right? It was an Assassin's Creed that's in India or Russia or somewhere like that, China, and the whole thing is sideways like that, like two-dimensional, like you're playing war game with flats, right? Like I wouldn't give that the time of day now. Have you heard 1971 or played it? It's super fun. It's a shooter game where you're shooting airplanes. I have not. You sure it's not 1941? 1941's like that. I was never good at it. Then there was what's the other game? There's a game that I caught. Oh, the other game where people would show up and there would always be the same people playing it. This game called Game Ground. And you had these characters, like you had a guy that throws spears and you had a guy that shot, but he shot like every time he shot like in four directions at once. And other guys that were, so you had these little guys, little dude that was top down view, and you'd go and you'd run around and you had to like take out a castle or something like that. And you get to pick who you bring in. And you can only bring in one guy at a time. Like you might unlock like four people, but you can only use one of them at a time. So you want to use, if you're stuck using the spear chucking dude and he doesn't have the distance, you're screwed. Like you can't win that. But 1941, yeah. Yeah, I remember when that came out. I was never good at it. It looks cool to watch though. Have these huge monster bombers that never existed and stuff like that, but it's World War II-ish in a way, I guess. So can't be that bad. It's kind of like a better version of Zaxxon. Zaxxon was that isometric type fighter, and you would go and yeah, those are the games that I remember. I don't know what the hell they have now. Now this stuff you can buy. Now you can stuff that you can have at home looks better than things in the arcade. But um, then there was other game that was pretty cool. I was never any good at these games. You know, you have to sink a lot of money or know what the trick is, or that kind of stuff. There's only one of those shooty games. And I call 1941 a shooty game. All those type things. Oh, there was another one that was, I can't remember what it was called, but you were like playing this guy that had to kill whatever it was, aliens, other secret agents, something like that. But it had a thing where you could like hug into the wall. It was kind of like top down view, and you could like scurry along a wall and like duck, and like you could shoot and you could duck. I don't know what the hell it was called. Um, I played that one. I played that one some. But like them boxing games, those ones where you're like, you know, it, I never play shit like that. That's just dumb. It just doesn't never interested me. I always want to play shooty things. Um, but the only video game that I was really good at was for the Atari 2600, and it was an Activision game called, I think it was called Sequest. And it was like you're the submarine. It's side view submarine. You go out the left hand side, you come up the right. And there would be octopuses and porpoises and other submarines that would shoot at you. And you had to basically shoot things and not touch other things and not get shot at. That's basically the oh, and you had oxygen, right? So you had to come up for air, right? Like if you went down, you'd have air for, I don't know, 30 seconds, something like that. You had to go back up for air. Really inefficient submarine. But it had torpedoes that weren't slowed down by the water too much. So, with one advance in technology comes, one disaster. But it's called Sequest. And the instruction manual that came with the cartridge, the 2600 cartridge, with the instruction manual, it would tell you how to play the game and everything. At the back, it would say, if you score more than whatever, send us a letter and we'll add you into the Hall of Fame or something, whatever the hell it meant, whatever that. And I'm looking at the score, it was like 250,000, right? And I did like 3 times that one time. I was just like on a tear. And yeah, that's the kind of game I couldn't play now because it would like create so much like anxiety. Like I wouldn't want to play that kind of stuff. I don't like games that give me like anxiety or like they're rushing me. Like, dude, I'm like rushed all the time at work, and I don't need that shit in my personal life. But when you're a kid, you know, you got a better heart, you're not as fat, all that kind of stuff. You can handle anxiety a little bit better. But I never set my name in or anything like that. But that was the only game I like kicked freaking ass on. And I mean, it was going really, really, as you go up in level, it goes faster and faster and faster. And it gets to the point where it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. So that was the only game I whooped ass. Your dad was a pro at Galaga. Okay. And I'm never very good at it. And he got a high score at a museum that had about 10,000 people come each day. So he went back a year later and the score was still there. Awesome. What was his three letter handle? Yeah, there's some old games that look really cool. I was just never good at it. Centipede, Galaga. Um, Galaga was like a better Space Invaders. I hated Space Invaders. What was the other one? Missile Command. You don't know what his handle is? Disney actually had one of those places. I only went to it once, and I went to it. I didn't even know what the hell it was. It was like one of those cost prohibitive places. So like, we weren't made of money. I didn't go to like these super like, we'll just we're gonna go, we're gonna go to again, give the kid $400 and have him do whatever he wants. We didn't have that kind of money. But this place was like pay one price and you could play all day. And it was called Disney Quest, I think is what it was called. And it was in Disney. It was outside Disney World in the Lake Buena Vista area. I don't know what it is, $80 or $70 or whatever. So I went there as an adult, not that terribly long ago. And some of this stuff, I'm like, I wouldn't play this. But there were some things that were like cool. Like there was one that was like you're on like this virtual, like a pirate ship, and multiple people on there. You have to fire the cannons. It was kind of cool. It was like one of those like, okay, been there, done that. Don't need to do it again. And it's closed now. Disney probably wasn't making enough money from it, so they decided to do something else. Nobody follows the money more than Disney. Well, I saw the news again. Got another one of those lawsuits that don't make any sense. Some guy won a lawsuit for $50 million for having hot tea poured on his lap. It supposedly disfigured his genitals. He had to have skin grafts. $50 million. I don't give a shit how hot it is. I think people will be lining up to do that. Yeah, I don't make that shit up. I don't have to, man. The news are so messed up. You don't have to make up news. $50 million. Well, the lawyers got 30 million of it. They apparently served him some hot tea. This is what the article said. In one of those containers, and it wasn't sitting in the container well enough, so it spilled on his lap. And then he had to have reconstructive surgery on his wee wee. I don't know. Was he not wearing pants? I don't know. It just sets a bad precedent. Like, man, I'm gonna order something really hot and I hope it spills on me, so I don't have to work ever again. Like, this litigious society. Hey, that's still 20 mil. That's ridiculous. I was called into a court case many years ago. I don't even know how many years ago it was. 20 years ago? It's probably more than 20. See, I think I was still working where I work now. We'll say 30 years ago, at least 25 to 30 years ago. And this case, they were picking jurors for this case, right? They were questioning jurors. And this case that this guy was suing this pharmacy, which was a chain that doesn't exist anymore. It was Eckerd Drugs. Eckerd Drugs, I think, all over the United States. Anyways, he was suing Eckerd Drugs because they gave him a wrong prescription. Like, they had, this medicine and they gave him a prescription for something else. And I guess he didn't pay attention what it was, or maybe it was written correctly on the thing, but the pills that were in there were the wrong thing. And it basically gave him like a discomfort. I don't even know, they even gave him a heart attack, but he had to go to the hospital. And that was the case. The plaintiff was this guy that wanted to settle, he wanted to get damages from what happened to him, right? Which is, it's legitimate. He legitimately, they should not have prescribed this thing to him. They should have paid a little bit more attention. So they're bringing everybody up on the stand, basically, like they ask, if you're not familiar with the U.S. court system, the way it works is, you get random people, they get called in for jury duty, and depending on what your number is, they take 12, 16, whatever, and both attorneys are usually asking questions about different things. Do you have any? Have you had any Have you had any past experiences with, with lawsuits? Have you done this? Have you had a bad experience with the cops? All that kind of stuff to kind of weed people out. And it's this kind of game. It's this game where one attorney, you want guys that will take their side, but the other side doesn't want that guy. So they end up negotiating like, okay, if you don't pick that guy, I won't pick this guy, and that kind of thing. So it's kind of like this game of, I want people, but I don't want it to be obvious that they side with the other one. Whether they tell you that or not, I know that's the game that's being played. So they put me on the stand. And one of the first question they usually ask you is there anything in this case that would keep you from being an impartial juror? And I'm like, I'm not going to pretend to be one person and then be somebody different. So I'm going to be like, well, it depends what the amount of the lawsuit is. Well, what do you mean by that? I said, well, the guy, obviously, it looks like there was something that was done wrong to him. And he should be compensated for his hotel stay, and the time, attorney fees, and the time that he spent out from work, and maybe a little bit of compensation. But I literally used the phrase, this guy should never not have to work the rest of his life because of this. No further questions. I didn't get picked because that's what they wanted. They wanted some lawsuit where the firm, the attorney firm, would get millions of dollars. The guy would never have to work again on a mistake, because it sets a terrible precedent. I'm not one of those people like, oh, it doesn't cost you any money. Yes, it does. It costs the price of everything else. Insurance, insurance is like basically unaffordable all the time for everybody. It sends a terrible precedent. And it sets this mentality of like, you know what? I hope they give me the wrong medicine. Well, why would you want to go somewhere and they give you the wrong medicine? Well, because, it's like winning the lottery if they do. That just sets the wrong mess. It just sends the, and the guy didn't lose an arm. It's not like he can't walk again. It's not like he can't have kids. He didn't lose his life. It's not, there's no reason why this guy who was in his mid-30s at the time is going to sit on his ass eating cheese puffs and watching Oprah every day of the week and never have to work again because somebody made a mistake. They didn't want me. Well, that's just the person that I am. It doesn't make any sense. It's not right. It's not right that he got screwed, but it's also not right that, he won the lottery because of it. So they didn't pick me. Well, I also wasn't going to go in something for, you're better off doing that than being somebody that's like sits in some case for like a week, and then you're the one guy that's hanging the jury because everybody just wants to go back to work. Just give them the fucking money. I'm like, no, it's just not right. To pick somebody else to turn on their morals that way. I'm sure you probably won the case. They always do. Like, they didn't even tell you how much he was suing for. I'm like, I don't care. If it's some amount that you don't have to work again. Because then the next thing you know, I'm like, man, I hope that happens to me. What? Almost die? You want to almost die? Yeah, because then I could sue him and then I don't have to work again. Just sets a bad precedent. I mean, some people wouldn't want that, but I'm telling you, the vast majority of people would love to not have to work. Good, we're up to 6 likes. Not that it matters, only if it matters for the algorithm. But that's just the American court system. I don't know how it, I'm sure it's different in other places. I'm sure it's probably better different in other places. So that came up on my news feed. And come to find out that happened 5 years ago. The guy burns his weenus off. He's got to wait 5 years for a result. Oh, here's a big error I just noticed. Here's a big error I just noticed. Anybody on for 15 people on? Okay, cool. All right, I'll show you guys a big error. I just noticed this. Let me see if I can get this in a place where you guys can see it. Hopefully there's not too much of a delay. There is. Okay, if you look at these fenders, on the right-hand side of the fender here, there's little lines that go longitudinally. They're recessed, and this side, they're raised. So you got a raised on this side, a recessed on this one. Now, I don't know which one is correct for the vehicle. Obviously, we're going to leave it as is, but I didn't notice that until I went and I'm like, I've been painting the black into the crevices here. And on this side, I've got to go around those high points. Like, oops. So the file for that is incorrect. I have a feeling it's supposed to be raised. Man, the delay is it's really long. It's not like a 1 minute delay. Well, hopefully my voice is in sync with the video. Otherwise, like I'll say something and it's like, no, next week you'll find out what I meant. What is that? Go to the other long side. All right, I'm gonna use a little boy's room. I'll be right back. Maybe I'll have caught up with myself yet. All right. What an atrocious delay. Atrocious delay. Okay, we got that. Working on the front. Wow, it still hasn't switched back up. That's crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't know that if I didn't have the feed watching it on the computer here. Still hasn't switched up. There we go. Finally, it finally moved. Man, it's been like 2 minutes. No wonder I'm wondering sometimes that, man, why do people take so long to respond to something I'll ask or something? Like, it's not their fault. This delay is retarded by 2 minutes or more. Yeah, this one gap here is very resistant to having that stay in it. Let's just keep working this way. Lots of little rivets. And I have not done the Iraqi sand over it. I only did one color dry brush, not both. Okay, so this whole side is completely done. The front is completely done, except for this lower section down here. Okay, there's the front of that. This whole side's done. We just need to do the rear here. And then we move on to the turret. Yeah, it looks like y'all's parole officers came for you. All ahead, nobody. Does it say how many people have come by on here? Yep, that can't be right. There can't be 2,400 views. No, that would be a bit extreme. Although, the vast majority of those, like, what did you do it? Ah, never mind. Oh, it's not furries? Never mind. It's almost time for a snack. Let's see if we can finish these rivets before that. That's on the top. Now we do the top section here. Okay, we'll do the front now. So what I've started doing recently, I didn't realize it made that much of a difference, is when I pull out here and I want to show the wife what I've been working on, she's like, whatever. So I've just been giving her the super readers. And she's like, wow, it looks great. I'm like, yeah, because that's what I see. I don't see, just ho-de-do, it's like really zoomed in there. And I did this kind of stuff in 2020 Vision for a long time. I can appreciate the little details a lot better now, though. We got that panel of the turret to do. And the back, actually. I'm going to go make another coffee. I'm going to do something I don't normally do that I probably should have been doing for a long time. And let's just reuse the coffee pod. Like, I don't need to, it doesn't need to be like freaking full strength. I mean, this coffee is damn strong enough as it is. I've done that before. I just forget to do it. And then we'll have to figure out what kind of extra things we're going to put on here. I got lots to choose from now. You guys that are regulars watching this stuff. Is there anybody else you guys watch that does stuff like this, or you only come here to roost? Now let's put this here. Give us a better look at what this looks like. Yeah, let's put my glasses on so I can see what the hell I've actually done. Or at least see it at a distance. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Now, it does need the Iraqi sand dry brush. Very, very lightly. To make those things pop. Welcome, but I don't know what you're saying, because I can't even read that language. I don't understand those letters. Where did the Iraqi sand go? Is this it? There it is. Really, really light. Very, very light on this. And it's nice to be able to do it over this, where we did the dry brushing here, because you can kind of see how it affects it. So, really, really light. Really just hitting the corners. You know, a person that was an airbrush expert would probably do this step with an airbrush. Would probably weather their airbrush, but that's just not me. I don't have those kind of airbrush skills on the level that I am with a paintbrush. And I think also, I just use an airbrush really like this. I could have hand painted this and it would have been the same. The airbrush didn't save me anything. It just saved me time. But you could dry paint this as well with a paintbrush, because the airbrush is really only to get the overall color and the primer on there. So this is, user friendly. Anybody can do this. They don't have to go and buy an airbrush to do it. Now, we're not done yet. I need to buy an extension cord because it's either underneath the floor here or it's just too damn far away. It's like extended too much. It's encroaching too much. I have no way of telling what that looks like because there's so much delay now. Now I'm going to compare it to the Plastic Soldier Company ones. And yeah, it looks better because this one, the Plastic Soldier Company, does not have, those figures don't have black lining on them. This tank doesn't have any black lining on it. Before I did it. Oh, I didn't paint this thing rusty like I did on this one. So technically, I like this one better. Now, I'm going to go through my stash of figures because there is something that I want to see if I still have more of. And I think I do. Right back. Right here. I didn't mute the mic, did I? No, good. Hey, you guys gotta let me know if I mute the mic. Okay, these are my soft plastic figures. I'm going to dig to the bottom here. We're looking for the German mountain troops from Airfix. And they're here, and they're in baggies separate. And they're blue. That is the paratroopers. Here's the German mountain troops. Okay. Actually, German infantry. Let me take a look at something. I don't really like these figures at all. However, they might paint up okay. Just wanted to look and see if I had extra guys I could put in those armored cars. Maybe. Let's put these back. It's the German mountain troops that we... that we're interested in getting. Son of a bitch. Oh, they're over here. Okay. Like, these are the paratroopers. Yeah, it makes it a lot easier having to bag them. There's so much delay on the video now. It's like ridiculous. And I don't know if I have any of these, but there's these little boxes that came on the side of the horses. And I don't have any left. I don't have any left. If any of these guys could possibly look like they'd fit inside of a vehicle. No. Maybe with some heavy tinkering. Green stuff. No extra boxes. Okay. Yeah, I lost them. They go in these little peg holes in the side of the horses. 2 for each horse. And there's only one that I know that I had. It ended up being part of my the first DBA camp I ever did was a Spanish castle, Spanish style looking castle. I have a little box on it. And that's the box from this. So I can't quite make boxes out of green stuff. I have to make them out of a mold, which means I have to have a real one to do it. I don't have a real box of any size. So I got lots of tarps that go on this tank and no boxes. All right, so here's the accoutrement I have for this, and we're gonna need a Panzer commander too. I'll be right back in a few minutes. I'm gonna go make another thing of coffee, and go to the restroom. Now, just to give you an idea, look how much in color these things have changed dramatically. So even though we added blue with the weathering, it makes it look, a significantly different color. So let me mute the microphone and I'll be right back in a jiff. All right. We also have some extra stuff here. Let's look at all our options before we decide what we're going to cover this thing in. There's my tweezers. All right, we'll use these. Two, three. See how many of those I have? 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. Looks like we got 8. Oh, there's a box. I don't know what the hell it goes to. That thing's huge. Probably from one of the martyrs. And we got some other stuff over here. Nope. Not there. Those guys might actually work. Some of these are dorky ass figures, but they paid up okay. Let's see what commanders come in this Czech 38 set. I got a lot of extra jerry cans. These look like they have bands on them or something. Okay. Plus we got a whole host of bags of other stuff here from other model kits. These are going to turn out really good. I'm definitely, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Another dork looking dude. What are these guys here? Oh, these are part of the 88mm gun crew. My buddy didn't want them, and I commandeered them. God, they look pretty. I think they paint okay. I think they paint all right. I could paint them all right. This is from. Oh, this is like a gun crew for. I think this is the Fujimi half track, and you can make it into an STK of Z10. And there's some crew members. Okay, well we're gonna set these guys off to the side for sure. Man, I wish I had like a little table here to set this thing out. I do. It's here. I haven't put a lot of effort in the past. Oh, we have a German motorcycle. That's kind of cool. I need they give me a fourth one. I got some motorcycles to do. What's this? This is the ATR crew. It comes with a pack 40 from Eschi. Which were the guys I was looking at? Not these, but some of these guys. I bet I could cut up and put them inside those armored cars, those KFZ 13s. You don't have to have the whole body. Just some of the guys showing. Yeah, we'll probably 88mm gun crew. That's pretty handy. Okay. This dork usable? Maybe. Where's my Tamiya clippers? So you keep all a bunch of extra stuff, folks. I think we got. See all the stuff to do it. Nope, we got even more. Yep. Let's see what we got here. Some of this stuff I've had for a long time, a long, long time. That's actually that guy's actually not bad. I don't know what vehicle he came from. Well, a Panzer IV. He came with this thing. Panzer IV and or the Yak Panzer IV from Ashley. Here's another figure. He's got the wrong kind of cap. I wonder. Oh fuck, we gotta do that. We gotta try that. I got 3 of these figures. This is the one that comes with the Matchbox half track. You can tell the plastic that it's in. Guy's jumping out of the half track. Whee! And the guy running an MG in the back. Got that figure? Okay, cool. Got that figure. Yeah, I have several of them. I'm willing to take a chance on modifying. All of a sudden, this Plastic Soldier Company guys don't look as good. You know, I've used them before and other things, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with them. They're great figures. It's just, it'd be nice to have something a little bit different. Who's this dork? Another dork. That, or we still have more? Well, I don't know what vehicle these guys came with, but these guys are really good. These two guys right here. All right, so we got some options here. We got some options here. All right, let's take a look at what. I got a lot of these Czech 38s, and unfortunately have open hatches in them. So let's remove one of these. This has got to be. I'm not sure what vehicle this is from. That guy's a possibility. These guys all of a sudden don't look like that good of a possibility considering the other ones that I have. Same thing with him. All right, so let's take a look here. Let's, man, where's Exactonaut? I can't see shit. See this, how this guy fits in here. This is like from an Eschi model, but he actually looks pretty decent, which is unusual for an Eschi model. That guy fits in there pretty good. What I was thinking about doing with this guy is cutting off part of his legs. I got 3 of these, so I don't mind experimenting. Cutting off part of his legs and have it look like his legs are inside the turret and he's sitting on top of this. I actually think that'd look okay. Now, if his butt's going to be there, we could definitely take his boots off. Ah, okay. Definitely all the way to here. I got 3 of these that are going to need a commander. I'd like for them, all 3 of them, not to have exactly the same figure. I mean, I've had this, who knows how long I've had this figure. I mean, it's brittle as shit, this figure is. You know, something like that. That's actually pretty good. Now, I'm actually going to cut the legs up a little bit more because it's a little too obvious that just where they start to flurl up a little bit or get around the boots is where they're missing from. So I think that'd be pretty cool. I think that'd be really pretty cool to have one of the commanders have that, be like that. I think it's a decent figure. I think he'll paint up decently. Let's clean him up. Oh, someone is awake. Be right back. All right, so I think that's what we're going to do. Is we're going to use this age-old figure. Age-old figure. Man, there's a hell of a delay. Hellacious delay. Let's clean him up. Let's clean this up. It's almost time. It's almost time to order more of these blades. Yeah, it seems like I've got these like 4 years ago. Now, unfortunately, I decided to mold this guy with the frickin' line right across his face. And this guy's as brittle as if this was resin. I don't know what set this came in, but it definitely came with an Eschi model. And considering how many of them I have, is probably the Panzer IV kit, because I have a Panzer IV from Eschi, I have a Jagdpanzer IV, and I have a Brummbär, and I have a feeling that those all have some common pieces, and this is probably from one of those. I'm just not sure as far as the age, and it may not be consistent. You know, what came first? The Airfix, the Matchbox kits, or the Eschi kits? And then if they all came in similar time frame, which is I think what happened. I think they all kind of came at the same time, is why the heck did Eschi go, is why the heck is Eschi 172nd? And then Matchbox is 176, and Airfix, I think Airfix is generally 176. Why didn't do it? Why didn't Eschi do 176, or why didn't yeah, why didn't Matchbox and Airfix do 176? Their plane, then 172nd, their planes aren't 176. I'm sure there's a reason. I don't know if it's a good reason, but I'm sure there's a reason. Wanted to sue that. Jeffrey probably knows. Is one of those little pop marks. And what we're going to do is we're going to now this flash on the figure isn't a pain that much of a pain because it's not a soft plastic figure, it's a hard plastic figure. So we can scrape those joints off. Of course, there's so much delay in this feed, I won't get an answer from Jeffrey, assuming he's on for like 3 weeks. Be like a play-by-mail game. I mean, a long time ago, these people were trying to talk me into playing some play-by-mail game. The late 80s. Oh, you send in your turns and it's $3 a turn or something like that. Or you send your orders for your make-believe country. And I'm like, who the heck does that? I do have the sound on, don't I? Yep. Okay. Now, unfortunately, this guy's going to be dressed in black. Let's see if we can get in there to clean that out. Right, he should fit on here nicely. I mean, heck, his hands even fits on the seat he's supposed to be sitting on. Like freaking great. You have a photo of the full number of the back of the turret. I have a photo of the full number on the back of the turret and or on a metal lozenge. I hate those lozenge things. And I have to make them. I guess I could probably make them without that much difficulty, but so this seems okay what I went with, right? The full number on the back. I need to do it as an identifier. I think this is going to look grand, especially because it's figure old as shit. This is one of these figures you'd get in the model and be like, that's trash. What am I going to use that guy for? All right, so we need to put this guy to work. Okay, we need to put this. I'm actually let's use a relatively large piece of goop here, and I actually came across a product. I don't know how I came across it, but I think it was a video, and they recommended this stuff called museum wax instead of using this. But then people say, yeah, it's a pain in the butt to get off, and I'm like, I don't have a problem using this, so we're going to continue on using this. Let's see. Let's try putting the pyramid here. or something like that. And have him sit his happy ass on it. All right, now we will get some primer. Get this guy going. I personally do better. Oh, let's not do that. I personally do better just painting what I, like I said, painting what I know and not get bogged down in what figure am I going to use and what kind of accoutrement we're going to put on. Just start painting them. Just start painting what you know. We know we're going to make the vehicle's going to be Panzer gray. Well, I like your suggestion for, doing this unit, the 20th Panzer. They look different. I got the yellow numbers. And the next unit, the next three will be either white numbers or hollow white. Is solid white or hollow white? I thought I had some of those boxes left over from the German mountain troops. If it came with 3 horses, it should have had 6. I only had 1. And it's stuck on the side of my Spanish castle. DBA camp, Spanish castle. First camp I ever painted. All right, we'll let this guy dry. And if you guys can hear this, there's a massive delay. I don't know what, a couple minutes or something now. I thought that was the wire. So I can go ahead and glue the wire down now. The big old thing was here somewhere. A big old piece of wire. Here's a piece. It's not it, but here's. The 8th Panzer was the only unit to have all companies of Panzer 38. You mean it didn't have any Panzer IIs in it? I looked through all the decals, even aftermarket ones for the 8th Panzer. All I could find for the 8th Panzer, there's a couple photos in. I think there's one photo of it in Panzer Colors 2 that shows a couple of headquarters vehicles underneath some trees. And one of them has a Roman numeral 2 or 3 in yellow. And that's the only one they have. So literally the only aftermarket decals or even in any of the sets that have the 8th Panzer Division It has a yellow number, Roman numeral 2 or 3, and that's it. Like nothing with numbers or anything. Which means I guess you could just artistic license, just write all 3 of them in yellow on the turret for the regular tanks. I mean, that's reasonable. Now let's see if we can put our eye out. And I do have those little goggles somewhere, but I don't know where they're. Oh, they're in the garage. Yeah, we'll close our eyes and we'll do what we always do. Hope for the best. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is, now you know what works really well? As soon as I can find it, a plastic bag. Cut it inside a plastic bag. Nope, that's readers. Just cut it inside a plastic bag. And hopefully they're both in here. One went through. They both went through. And that tells you how much force it had behind them. They're kind of jagged if you don't file them down. They're pretty jagged. Yeah, I was actually surprised how little information or little ammunition they gave you from markings on the Panzer 38. Let's use some super glue. Let's put it up here where I'm probably not going to get involved in it. Yeah, it's not going to have a little place for the antenna to lay down in, and it's not going to have a no-tech light. It's not going to have headlamps, whatever. We're doing the best we can with what we have. Like I said, these were free. All right, now, I'm not going to put, I don't have these tool things. I only have 3 of these for the 6 tanks. So, because I went through the trouble of painting this Balkan crates on here, and it looks awesome, I'm not going to obfuscate it by putting the tool set in front of it. Okay? We're not going to go there. All right, so let's see what we've got here. Now, I've seen lots of them that have these little jerry cans. Where are my good tweezers? They're this glass is on, glass is off. Drives me bananas. Yeah, here. I had them when I was molding these things out here. I've seen them where they have them kind of sitting here. Attached on the back. Now they actually have like little hook things on them. So I see where they have them like that, and we could certainly put something in between them, like I have a lot of options. I have a lot of options. I made a couple of them that looked like they weren't folded well, like the way I do laundry, not folded well. I want to put something over here, but I don't want something that is going to block that. Now these, say put something like this one over here. So we're going to put that right there. All right, so we're going to take can't use that one. That's way too good. Glasses on, glasses off. Where's the yellow handled one? Over here. Let's cut off a piece bigger than you need, but you can work with. This already has a crimp in the middle, so I'm going to go ahead and crimp this one in the middle. Try doing it a different way this time. Now, if I cut this off now, it's already crimped, and I want this to be not showing. So in other words, put it towards the back. Let's do this. Let me undo it. Let's do it again. I could do this one, but I thought about a better way of doing this now that I'm done with it. Because keeping this thing from moving was a pain in the butt. In other words, it took a lot longer than it should have. I try to do that while it was still wet, but just way too flimsy. All right, let's get a piece much bigger than you need. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this right in the middle, twist it, and twist it kind of tight like that. Then I'm going to come in and I'm going to cut it. Let's use the other end. Close to the joint. And I'm going to move this little crimped part towards the back where it's not visible. And now when I glue it like that, I'm in the infancy of doing this. It's like going back to like 1985 with my painting. Something like that. Something like that. I think that's what we're going to put on this one. I'm not going to bother trying to paint black first and get it in there. Let's go ahead and let's use our friend epoxy, and we won't have to worry about it ever again. Unless I can think I can get away with it with super glue. This was not going to super glue with the shit. It's not, and it's not sitting flush. I don't think that one will work with super glue. It's too uneven. So let me just fire up some epoxy. Yeah, I never fooled with this again. Turned out just fine. Now, where's my needle? Here it is. Mixing needle. Ah, doesn't clear it. Okay. Yeah. It's fine. A turret doesn't really sit flush anyways on this. There we go. Okay. And then it's going to sit like that. I figured all this stuff would be tied down, but I've seen lots of pictures of this stuff not being tied down going down the road. Like it's tied down into itself so it doesn't unravel, but it's not like tied onto the vehicle. All right. Okay. Now we'll take this, and we'll take this, and you can go bye-bye. Okay. Oh, we're gonna put gas cans. Yeah, let's do gas cans. Let's put gas cans. If this is still alive, it is. Okay, good. Put it like it's attached at some point underneath here. It's got the little tie-ins to it too, so that was nice. Yep, it's attaching. One's gonna go there. Right back. All right. Let's put this back where go with. All right. Now, while we're waiting for that to dry, I come back around to this side. And see how this guy's doing. All right, so he's going to be black, and he's already painted he's already painted on there. So let's go ahead and get. I could use this one. Is this the one I was using this morning? No. Let's go ahead and use this side here. Can't wait to paint the flesh. I really like painting the flesh on the figures. Makes it look like a person. All right. Let's get this. This. This big one should do fine. And it just has primer on it, which honestly, it's pretty flat. I'm surprised the primer came out that flat. Usually the primer is pretty glossy. And before we forget, let's go ahead and paint the antenna this color. Now, I'm just going to paint these things that are going to go on here. I'm not going to use actual primer. Let's remove you before you become a problem. I'm not going to use actual primer. I'm just going to use black paint. I think. I may change my mind. All right. Let's just give him a thin coat of black all over him. Well, there's no point in putting it on the flesh parts. These little guys are going to come out great. And it's just like, 3D print, whatever, you know. Just like when I used to paint 15mm figures, and I was like, why'd you pick that brand figures? Those aren't very good. Well, if you care about them, if you give them the attention they deserve, figures that are, wishy-washy, end up being okay. So let's try using the black paint. It's a lot easier to work with than the primer. A lot easier. Like I said, the right way to do this is to do this before you paint the whole thing. But that requires a lot of back and forth. Well, I don't know. Which one should it have? So next thing you know, it takes you, several days to get started painting. I'd rather let's just paint what you know. We know it's going to be Panzer Gray. Paint it. Man, those German crosses came out well. That's some empowering stuff right there. And I did find my Skytrex decals, but I don't care. And the Skytrex decals are actually some of the better ones from the standpoint of not having any silvering and everything. They're well-made decals. But even Pettinghouse and Star and all of those aftermarket in every scale, because I don't care the decal is on 1/35th scale. Like if I'm using it for inspiration to paint the markings on a certain unit, I don't care what scale the decals are in. And sometimes 1/35th scale has a lot more stuff available than 1/72nd. I'll pull them up. It's hardly any information on any Panzer 38s other than the 7th and the 22nd. And you would have thought that the 22nd there just wasn't a lot of info on, but because they didn't get theirs till 1942 when they were definitely obsolete. But this 37 millimeter cannon that was on this tank was slightly better than the Pak 36. It had better penetration than the Pak 36. Ever so slightly. So we're going to paint the jerry cans in field gray. That way they'll still be gray, but they'll look different. That's the other FOMO, fear of missing out. You have the fear of using the last one. I'm worried about using all these little pieces. Like, well, if I use 2 jerry cans here, I'll only have 8 left. I'm like, you start worrying about all that stuff. They shouldn't have to worry about. All right, how are we doing over here with the Panzer Führer? Also the gunner. He's the gunner and the commander. Hey, this is the super good one. We'll use that one for the face. I don't do any tricks with brown and stuff like that to get this. I haven't experimented playing with Panzer gray that much. To painting things black. It's actually a pretty decent pose considering the age of this figure. Usually they got those commanders like that. I remember the Tamiya Panther that I got. That was the first big tank I ever built. You got the commander that's wearing gloves and he's like all like propped up, like very wooden looking. All right, let's paint the fleshy bits now. Sunny skin tone, red leather, red and black. I mean, black and white. There's the colors I need. Now, let me grab something just to be safe.
Can you put the vacuum on for a second?
Vacuum? Okay. Here's this book that I have. I think it's this Nigel Thomas one. Yeah. It's got all this artwork by this. This is like one of these Osprey compilations. And it includes most like this German how to paint thing. German stuff with some of the artwork here. It doesn't include like the ones of, underwear of the SS and shit like that, really obscure things. But let me go to I don't like this artist. They all have the same face. What's his name? Stephen Andrew. Sorry. You paint everybody with the same face, with the same face. You are no, what's the guy that I love? The Scottish dude that I love. Angus McBride. You're no Angus McBride. Nobody is Angus McBride. There can only be one. I want to make sure that I get the front of their little helmet thing correct, of their little hat thing correct. Croatian, Africa Corps. They have the little skull things too on their thing, huh? That's a bad idea. Yes, I've seen that comedy routine. Are we the baddies? Yep. Yeah, so something like this guy right here. That's what we want. Got all the trim in pink. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought to put it around that collar tab. All right, that we can work with. And this old rose or whatever color works really well for it. What color is that? Is it? I think it is. It is old rose. Brown rose? No, it's not brown rose. It's another one. There's another rose color. Maybe it is brown rose. One of his colors, like, that's the first time I've used it. Is it this one maybe instead? Old rose. Yeah, I guess either one of them would work. It was old rose. Yeah, pink. All right. It's going to be a cool looking dude, right? I mean, wow, it's a cool looking tank. And again, a figure I probably never would have imagined to have ever used, ever. But the face doesn't look bad. It's not, awkward. I got one of those guys I pulled out. He's got like, looks like he's blowing the world's biggest bubble. He's like, maybe that's how you get ahead in Nazi party. You gotta have your lips like that. Pucker up, the Reichsmarschall's here coming. Nazi stooge. All right, let's get some black here and some leather. Getting ready to blow an umlaut. What? Why you got your lips like that? I'm getting ready to blow an umlaut. Oh, man. Or eyeliner. Yeah. Old Goering always reminded me of freaking Liberace. It's not really fair to Liberace. What was he addicted to? Was it opium? Was he an opium addict? Bunch of misfits, man. Evil misfits. Or as this one troll would say on the internet, the defenders of Europe. Okay. What are you injecting? That's not even smoking something. That's injecting shit. What do you do with guys that aren't armed with anything? You have them hunker down nearby, like one move of somebody with a rifle. But they're part of the same squad, right? So they have to take a morale check when the guys that do have rifles not get knocked out. It's like when it's their first time to freaking shine, and the other guys drop their rifles and it's ready. They got to roll the morale check and they fail and they run off the boards. Now you got the rifle sitting there with nobody. Alright, what I gotta do is I gotta clean up this line where the hat is, where the cap goes. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I went over it. Okay, now we're gonna use this yellow. We're gonna make this thug blonde or blondish, not Red Grant blonde, but less blonde than that. I can't believe I fell asleep in that movie, rewatching it. I think that was the one I've gone through that we saw in the series. That was the one I fell asleep in. It was just so long. Let's not darken this more than that. Let's put this. When I was painting the yellow for the numbers, I was thinking, oh, that's kind of, because I've used this before as a base color for blonde figures, and it works well. I saw an article where they said that they were thinking of bringing back. I don't know. A lot of those are skeptical or they're articles just to get a rise out of people. But they were thinking about bringing back or well, I actually didn't read the article. I just read the headlines. But it said something like, oh man, what's his name? The Irish one, the Irish Bond, um, was open to coming back as an older version. I think that's a good idea. To be honest with you, that's not a bad idea. I'm kind of a proponent of it being just kind of like a job description, and it's just other people that come in as. That's how you can justify that it's been different actors. I actually think that's a good idea. Okay, we'll wait to brighten that up later. I know we got a blonde guy. We got a guy with yellow hair on the tank with yellow markings. Like, hmm. All right, now guy has a pretty well molded hand for an old figure. should rinse this out. Let's put some water in. It doesn't have any black in it. There we go. I don't know if it makes a difference, but all right. Now we're going to add a little bit of white to this. And now we'll go back to the yellow. What's up, Victor? Wonder how much storm we're going to get. Better than what they got in Mississippi. No glasses? That's right. Contacts are out. We got built-in +6, baby. I could do this with glasses, but it's a lot harder. There we go. Let's try to stay away from the edges so that this lighter color stands out a little bit. I'd show you guys a picture, but I can't. I can't because I have to take it with. I'd have to take it with a phone. And that's pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with that. Belt on the Panzer uniform is black, isn't it? Yeah, it'd be nice if it was brown. It'd stand out a little bit, but I'm pretty sure the Panzer uniform has a black belt. Be nice if there was a picture of a guy in here. No. Nope. No, we're gonna leave it black. I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it should be gloss black. The buckle isn't, but all right, let's get old Rose out. Now, just like everything else, I like to. I don't want to put this straight on here. We're gonna mix it with a little bit of black. Put it down, and then we'll come in and iron out where those things are gonna go. Now, I. Okay. All right. Let's continue. We got old Rose here. Now we're going to go to the super fine one. We're going to put the dot first. We're going to put the, is that the dot on your head? Yes, it is. It's about to be. It's about to be. So for that, we're going to actually need red. And yeah, I'm stupid enough to do this because it's noticeable if you don't do it. I think it's noticeable if you don't do it. That's like probably the biggest waste right there. That's the tiniest amount. All right. We're just going to assume that it already has a black outline because of the color. Normally I'd put a little black dot, but the whole hat, the whole cap is that color. So let's do it over a dark color here. Okay, he's a little white dot on his helmet, on his hat. And inside that, we're going to put a little red dot. It's a little tricolor. I think if you don't do that, it's pretty noticeable. And to me, it looks like there's something missing. And what I've started doing on figures is I don't know what, it's part of just being that on soft plastic figures you have to. You got to use the Vallejo clear, not the heavy enamel stuff I was using. This stuff, the Tester's lacquer top coat. That's what I usually use on my metal figures. I'm not going to use this anymore. I'm going to use the Vallejo one because it's not as protective, but I'm also not worried about when I'm brushing it on destroying what I just did. And I'm actually terrified of that. Not because I can't redo it, but just because I don't want to redo it. I want to keep moving forward. So we're going to try to get the thinnest little dot of red possible on this. We did it, but we need a little bit more color on it than that. There we go. Now I wish I could show you a picture. And in about 5 minutes, I'll see it come up on the screen, and I don't even know if it's... The delay is just horrendous right now. All right. We're going to take a little bit of black, mix it with the old rose. All right, and I need a big. I don't paint this stuff. I don't paint these Panzer dudes very often. I think all of the trimming is in pink. Okay, it is on the shoulder. I'm talking about the shoulder stuff. That's pretty obvious. Yeah. And then around. Which this part's not hard to do. Now, no, 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 nope. Okay, it's on the top one. Oh man, that's hard to do. I don't think I can even see that. It's like hidden underneath there. Well, I think something like that, just kind of give me the impression of it, probably will work. Now let's use the straight old rose. A little furry bit on the end. There we go. Now we're going to take the black ore and clean some of this stuff up. going to take black and we're going to shade some of this helmet. Not the helmet, the cap. Yeah, that guy looks pretty good. Guy looks pretty good. So while he's drying, let's go and start painting up these little things. Let's do the jerry cans first. We're going to use field gray, which is up here somewhere. So, let's see the colors a little bit better out here. Actually, do that and this probably be better. What's this? Reflective green? Nope. Well, let's make sure I don't clip this with my shirt. Is it this one? No. Here it is. Field gray. All I do is stand up. Now we're going to do the jerry cans in this color. And next stage, well, a little bit of white to it, fade it out a little bit. All right, now one of these two things is going to be like the Ziltbond colored one, which is let's see, where is it? It's this. It's this color. German World War II beige camera. Heck, they can both be variations of that, and that's different than anything on there. I don't want one that's too yellow, close to the yellow numbers. I don't really want to do like something like green, so I think this large one we're just going to use this as the base color. I mean, these are going to look really good considering they're just kind of a basic little print. All right, then we're going to lighten this up a little bit. This long tarp that's over here. We're done with this. And these are all looking really similar in colors. They're not that much different, but they are going to look different. All right, now we've got that base color on there. We're gonna flip over to the other side and go over to this one. And then we're gonna go straight to this color. Trying to get this guy knocked out, and then we can stop for a little while. Did the right thing, just continuing on with just one vehicle. there's one tarp over here. Let's use this one. But we're going to add a little bit of, let's add a little bit of green to it. Oh, it's US Olive Drab. Let's just use that. That'll work. All right. I'll be right back in a moment. Who's storm looking? Nah. Minor amounts of rain. All right. get a little dry brush. Iraqi sand. Maybe it needs something on it. And there's like these little ties. These little ties there. These jerry cans are somehow attached to something on there. And that was nice enough to be 3D printed on there because otherwise I'd have to like wing it. Now, let's do some drippings. And for that, we want to use this one that is not the super one. It's nearly the super one. Let's flip all the way over here and let's get our drippy colors. Soft tone. Mid brown. And light tone. Toning the three tones. Do what? Get a little bit of water. Some of these you have to cut them down a little bit. I want to cut them down. I choose to cut them down. Let's put it that way. And then we're going to pick one place that we're going to start. Like, let's start back here where the engine is. And get these Rastafarian, make kind of a Rastafarian type color. And it just gives you a little other, something else to look at. Now, you know what I like to say? Where there's a hinge, there's rust. And there's a hinge right here. And there's an opening right here. A hinge point right there. there's a hinge right here where this Balkan cross is. Well, I hear bombardment. Chopping up, it's actually not bad. Now, let's add Now we're going to need to seal this figure and seal the tag as well. See if we can remove this figure and glue him where he's supposed to go. I mean, the positioning on him is actually really good considering this isn't the vehicle he came with. Let's remove this out of the way. Man, there's a hell of a delay. Let me put this stuff away while we're doing that. Old Rose. Man, the delay is atrocious. This is an atrocious delay. Let's see if I can, what screen is this? Can I go back here? It says excellent connection. Great. There we go. I gotta watch a commercial that I didn't choose. Oh, I'll take that back. I gotta watch 2 commercials I didn't choose. Well, that didn't work. We do need to paint the little bumper thing here. So in other words, the head bumper. The delay's a little better. Maybe it was just bad for me. Let's see. Let me. God, I can't see what I'm freaking showing you guys. I gotta hold this for like 20 seconds to make sure that that's a little bit better. It still looks better in real life than that. That doesn't look bad, but it'll look better in photos when we take photos. All right, folks, well, that's where we're going to cut off. So we got quite a bit done, and pretty long stream yesterday and one today. So, all right, folks, well, we'll see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.